Hey you guys, good morning. Sorry for the delays. I just got started on taking trades this morning, and here we are. I'm now starting, so I hope everyone is doing fine. I hope you all had a wonderful weekend. And so usually on Mondays I try to wait for the open to pass before I enter, simply because Mondays can be very brutal. Because over the weekend, the market, well, the algorithms would still be trading. And so on Mondays, when you enter the market first thing, and then also another thing I didn't check was whether or not there's news. Uh, Best practice is to always check for whether or not there's news before you start taking trades. Unless you know how to trade news very well, it's not, advisable. So let me refresh this. Forex Factory is what I use to determine whether or not there's news for the day. Let's see here. Let's go there. All right. So as you can see, there are no red folder news. Red folder news means that it's going to impact the market greatly. So sometimes the volatility will be extreme. So unless you know how to trade the news, you want to stay out of the market when there's a red folder news. And then pretty much the orange folder is just medium impact. You may or may not be impacted greatly, but red folder for sure. And then yellow folder means that it's not going to impact the market at all. So yeah, for the US, I only see orange folder news and no red folder. So that's good news for me, at least, because I don't know how to trade news yet. Um, so I took this trade based on my previous analysis, and I feel like, I'm observing that it's still following the trend. Let me minimize this so you guys can see. And my take profit, I set it to 261 because it's actually targeting this resistance up here, this blue line that I have at the top. Let me pull down so you can see. This blue line at the top is where it's targeting. That's the next resistance. And so that's where I put my take profits. It's best practice to trade with a stop loss, but for right now, I don't have that on here. Let me minimize. Oh, why does this thing act like this? All right, let's see here. Make it smaller and see if that works. For the bigger picture. Okay, as you all can see from my previous trend line, I did do the higher high. I drew the trend line showing that it was going up, which is higher highs, and then as it was going, it broke the trend line, then came back to retest it, and it's still above the trend line. So it's still a higher high for right now. Um, because it has not really come down to do lower lows. And then as it's going up, it's actually trying to come back and retest this resistance level. Right now, my trade that I took is 47.9, and then where I have my take profit is where you see the green perforated lines or the dotted lines. And then above that is the blue line where it's actually targeting for take profits. So that is where the market is going as of right now. If it stays above the trend line, that is the resistance level that is targeting. And so I'm taking my profit right before it gets to that resistance level. Right, as of right now, there's a drawdown. My stop loss would have to be $130.50 if I were to put a stop loss, because I am targeting a 1:2 ratio. So I'm willing to lose one portion and then gain two portions. That's pretty much what I am doing, but I have not set my stop loss yet, which I'm supposed to have. Let's go to, this is the 1 hour, by the way. And then let's go to the 4 hours, and then we can see the overall picture as to what the market is doing. As you can see, it's respecting that the previous trend line that I drew. So I did not need to recreate one for today. It came, broke the trend line. Let me make this a little bigger. It broke the trend line at some point last week. It broke the trend line, came down to this support level that I have marked because I have several points marked already. Came down to this support level, went up, came back down, retested it, and then it's still up. So as you can see, the green dotted line is where my take profit is because that is the level, that is the next resistant level that is targeting. Okay, well, the green line is where my take profit is, but the blue line is the next resistant level that is targeting. And that's why I put my take profit right beneath it, because sometimes it would actually try to get to that resistant level, but it might not always go and touch it. So I am taking my profit right before it hits the resistance. And if it breaks it, then it will be targeting the next one, which will be this guy right here. Unless there's another one prior to that, we can actually zoom in to see. Zoom in real quick. Hmm. All right, so let's see here. I don't see any other resistance above that. So yeah, if it breaks the current one that we're anticipating that it's headed for, then the next one will be this guy right here, this one at the top. Okay, so let's go ahead and mark that one as well. I don't know who is watching me. Apologies, guys. Even though I have multiple screens, sometimes I'm so focused on the analysis, so it's hard for me to go between trying to greet anyone who is in my live. But you guys, you can ask me any questions that you may have. Okay. But for right now, this is where I'm at, taking this trade, learning as I go. Because I believe that the best type of learning you can get is the actual, real touch and feel, right? I could very well be practicing in demo account for the next couple of years, but I'd rather do a prop firm rather than a demo account because the demo account is delayed data, and a lot of times you practice in a demo account, you come in the real world, and that's when you get to realize the various emotions that are involved that you've not really worked on. And so I want to challenge myself, push myself, and work on my trading psychology as I do it. Um, and I can only be successful at it through the live account. So that's my reasoning as to why I am rather practicing on a live account as opposed to a demo account. And the stock market has been brutal. Let's see. What are we saying here? All right. So I'm just waiting for it to brew. It's still brewing, so it takes a lot of patience when you're trading. So that's where I'm at, waiting, watching it do its thing. If you don't have patience, you must develop patience in order to trade, okay? That part I had to learn the hard way. And I'm actually very patient. I can be very rash, but I'm also very patient. So, but yeah, in terms of trading psychology, it's a different ball game. Very different. Let's see what 1 minute is doing. Excuse me. The disadvantage of having multiple screens is that you have to struggle with the mouse all the time. Let me make this guy small. Just see. Oh, that's the smallest. And let's see here. Yep. We drag it. We'll see what it is. At this blue level this blue line for the 1 minute. Whatever, that's too far. Okay, that's too far back. Just riding the wave right now. Riding the wave and also making some social media posts. So Still building up. Still building up. Okay, so I see a double. I'm gonna take this profit and wait.
Order filled.
The reason because I see the deep, and this is almost like the same level almost. So let me just wait for confirmation to re-enter at least. Okay. All right. See here. Oh wait. Does it mean that whatever I put on here is also muted? Let me see. Where's one? What's going on? Let me go to my albums and see. Albums. Okay, so it's not muted. Okay, so 9 seconds. Okay, let's try that again. All right, so now I can re-enter
Order filled.
and set it for where we were headed for before. This re-entry I made, I believe it was supposed to break, excuse me, this high before I made the re-entry, but I can clearly tell it's actually going in the direction that we anticipated that it's going, or that the analysis showed that it was going. So yeah, I was saying I was supposed to have waited for it to break this level before I can confirm that it's safe. But while it's still growing, let me just jump out.
Order
That was a
filled.
bad trade. At least for now. Let me just jump out. When it breaks this level right here, this high, right here. When it breaks it, then I'll take the trade. Hello, you guys. How are you? Okay, so that's a good one. Let's see. Let's see here. I am so hungry. I'm gonna go copy this back. Oh, it's there already.
If you can't talk, don't accept an engagement ring. You have to prove first before you bring it your finger.
Not sure if I proposed status. Anyways, you guys, let me go ahead and step away from my computer to get some food. I'll be right back. I'm very hungry, very extremely, very extremely. Which other word should I use? Very, very, very hungry. So I'll be back in a few. Oh, let me see what happened here. I don't even know how to use Instagram. I'm trying to see. Okay. Waiting for the train to start going back up. Then we'll wait a minute. Look, for now, I'll be right back. Okay. Let me just grab some food. Okay. Still waiting for it to burn. So that's a tweezer bottom. Tweezer bottom, if this candle closes without going down beneath the current one, that means that it's starting to go back up. And so it was safe to take the trade because that's a tweezer bottom. When the two candles are at the same level at the bottom, it means that it's reversing back up. And when the two candles are at the same level at the top, it means it's coming down. So when they're at the same level at the top, it's called a tweezer top. And yeah, so on and so forth. Alrighty, so we can take this trade now. Oh, buy
Order
and set
filled.
up take profit right up here. And our stop loss is supposed to be right here. Okay, let's set a stop loss because I'm working on it from my computer. Safe practice, okay? Stop loss is $95 and take profit is $300. So that's 1:3 about. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. Okay, still building up. Still building up. I'm back, guys. My foot is warming. My foot is warming. I came to check on it on my trade. And yeah, I'll be back. I'll be back in a few. Don't come upstairs. Guys, I'm cold. Good morning. This morning I went live on YouTube to make breakfast. And my breakfast was green smoothie. So I don't know. The morning is still early. Well, the morning is not early. It's 10:40. So I don't know if I should consider this post breakfast or if I should consider this lunch. But yeah, last night I cooked and I pretty much cooked spinach with some what is it called? Lima beans. Spinach with lima beans. The bowl looks hefty, but it's not. It's because of the meat. This is some smoked turkey, and this is chicken, but the rice is very little at the bottom. But yeah, I was really hungry, so I had to go get food. I am currently, I'm actually live right now on both my Facebook page. I don't know why this blanket is filling this one. Let me adjust it. I'm live right now on my Facebook page and YouTube. I'm taking trades. I'm super cold. I'm freezing. And the thing is, when the place is cold, the moment you turn on the heat, it gets really uncomfortable. And when you don't turn on the heat, you freeze. So I don't know. Anyways, chalk time no friend. But you guys are with me, so I guess chalk time friend. I set my take profit and my stop loss, and then I went to go get food. We're at $36 game, and we're anticipating that it will get to the next resistance level, which is the blue line that I have drew. Let me just go with my mouse. I drew the blue line. Well, I placed the blue horizontal line up here. That's the next resistance level. So I'm anticipating, based on my analysis, that's where it's headed for. So I put my take profit right beneath it, and it's still brewing. It hasn't gotten there yet, so waiting for it to get there. I did exit one of the trades earlier with, I believe, a 50 something dollars profit when it was supposed to be the same trade, but I realized that it was coming down. So okay. So this one has broken the previous support.
Order filled.
So I'm just gonna take the little profit that it gave me and exit. And I did that because this was the previous support right here, where you see my mouse. I'm not sure if you guys can see. No, you can't. Because of how I have the camera position. Let's see here if it's better. I'll have to move my head out of the way. Is it better? Yeah, I think it's better. Yeah, so where you see my mouse, right there, that's the previous resistance. So I exited this trade real quick. I'll re-enter when it gets here, when it breaks this. Sorry, did I say the previous resistance? The previous support is right here. I'll retake this trade when it breaks this resistance right here. And then I'll re-enter and then ride the wave all the way till it gets to my take profits. But yeah, for now, I've taken the little that it gave me and I'm hanging on. When it breaks this resistance right here, I'll take it again. So right now, just enjoy my food and let it do its thing. Bon appetit, guys. Is that what they usually say? Mine is chop time, no friend. But I'm on live, so friend, yeah. The rice is very small. It's the turkey drumstick. That is looking hefty in my plate. And the turkey drumstick has a little meat, but more bone. Mm. My food is not warm thoroughly. It's not as hot as I like it. Well, part of it is. It's funny how we Africans believe that our foods are healthy, but it's actually the contrary. Our foods are very unhealthy. I'm talking about our cooked foods. In terms of it being organic, yes, it's good. But I'm talking about after we're done with everything in our pots, from the palm oil to the Maggie cubes to the stock, the meat stock, to the cooking oil, we go heavy on those. And that's actually very bad. Let me see what this is 1 hour. Let's see what 5 minutes or 1 minute are doing. Okay, now. Okay, for 5 minutes. 1 minute. Okay. That's what 4 hours. This one. 4 hours. Okay. So we're just gonna Okay, please. From the beginning of this video, you guys can go back and watch it. I explained why I took the trade. And it was based on the trend line that I drew last week. And the fact that it was still respecting it. This food is so good, guys. This is delicious. Have you tried lima beans in your spinach before or any beans? It tastes pretty good. Spinach or whatever, your leaves. It's a turkey drumstick. I'm supposed to be using my hands, but because I don't want to go downstairs to go wash my hands right now, that's why I'm doing that. Because I'm waiting for the perfect opportunity. I'm waiting for it to break this trend line so I can take the trade. But oh well, it is what it is. I don't see anybody in this live. I know I saw someone before, but I don't know who it was. And I did not acknowledge them because I couldn't tell. I just saw that it said someone is watching, but I couldn't tell who it was. This means I have to use one hand to enter the trade if the opportunity comes between now and when I go downstairs. This thing is moving slow. I know there are people who don't take trades on both Mondays and Fridays, but for me on Mondays, I just try to gauge to make sure that at least that US open window has passed, which is what I did today. Oh, I want to put it on my hand. I guess everyone is at work, but the live will be available so you guys can watch it later. But in my previous sessions, I did talk about how um the trading psychology can greatly affect you in the market. Which is what I believe most of us are still trying to overcome. The trading psychology consists of revenge trading, over trading, um, holding on to losing trades for too long, um, learning to cut your loss, and then I also mentioned how not to use what is it called? Monies that are of importance to you in the market. So something like you have tuition set aside, your house rents, your what is it called? Medical bill, whatever. Don't go putting it in the market. You're going to lose it because it has a sense of urgency slash importance to it. You're going to be under extreme pressure and you're going to make rash decisions. And 9 out of 10 is not going to go in your favor. Well, this guy is full of bomb, but it tastes so good. A lot of us don't like to show their pretty sides on camera. We only show the place, the parts of us that is classy, well dressed, put together, clean house, blah blah blah. But there's always another side to us, like the real mom, real dad scenarios where you're having to drop everything and just swallow something so you don't drop dead. So that you can be strong for your kids. The part where life is really lifing, we don't get to show that on camera. So the younger generation, or a lot of the younger people that are looking up to us, believe that they should be superficial. And at 40, there is no shame. I'm not ashamed of anybody judging me. Look at how she's eating. I don't care. That's how I eat in my house. There are days where I'm very classy at the dining table. There are days where I'm a village woman. Either one is me. Okay, so we are at the point of taking the trade.
Order filled.
Said I take profit and I stop loss. Take profit is right below that blue line, the blue horizontal line. Excuse me. I like to set it before it gets there, simply because it may not always touch the blue line. And then I'm setting my stop loss right beneath this green candle right here. That's $91. So that's 1:2. 1:2, pretty much I'm willing to lose $100, almost $100 to gain $200. So that's a good ratio. If I were to take two contracts, because I'm in one contract right now. If I take two contracts, it means that I'll be gaining $450 and I would lose $192. Well, 100, whatever. I'll lose $200. So that's the 1:2. So that's a good risk to reward ratio. I could also stretch it, but at least that's the resistant level that I see. It could break that resistance, but at least that's my safe zone. And so that's what I'm going to play by, as opposed to trying to be greedy. When you're greedy in the market, it kills you really fast. Yeah, it's not a good thing. So I'm not going to stretch it. So I'm going to take it um right where I need to take it. So yeah, yeah. Anyways, you guys, as you can see, I killed this turkey bone. I was trying not to make a mess so I don't have to go downstairs to wash my hands, but I'll still have to go. And that's why I set my take profit and my stop loss. When you have your take profit and your stop loss, you can literally just walk away and come back. But I also like to sit behind the computer the entire time of my trade. That way, I'm able to have the human discretion in there while I'm trading. So that if it's not looking good, I can cut it quick, even before it gets to my stop loss. The turkey drumsticks is full of those Those really, how do you call it? They're very flat bones, not the regular bones. As you can see, we are $13 in profit. It's still building. I closed two of them earlier because um one of them had given me $60 and I thought I was pulling back. And then the other one, uh I thought I was not going in my direction, so I closed it. Let me see what the 1 minute is doing. Because this guy's not moving as fast as I expected it. Okay, it's still growing. All right. I have whatever on another screen because I don't want to block the screen while I'm trading. So. Hi, you guys. Hi, Iya. Hi, Nee. How are you guys? My meat is finished. That's moving swaddler on my head. Yesterday, when I finished taking a shower, time to go to bed, I realized that my hair caps were in the laundry, or in the dryer to be specific. And I was not ready to come upstairs. So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna improvise. So that's how come hair swaddler is on my head. And as you can see, it's pulling back. Let me bring my mouse. What's this mouse? Oh, where'd the mouse go? Oh, okay. Yeah. What was I even trying to do? I was chasing the mouse. Now the mouse is back. I can't even. Yeah, whatever. Um, I was going to say something. Oh, this turkey bone is just like me fighting on those hard willy. You know those hard willy that um they're barely cooked and it's still like real leather. I'm gonna be fighting, trying to bite it. It won't work. That's how you say. That's what part of this turkey bone is. They're hard really. So as you can see, um, I'm just gonna let it play out. The thing is, when you jump in and out of trades too quickly, you stand a chance of burning your account. I don't like the whole pullback saying that I'm losing money, but sometimes you have to just wait it out. This turkey leg one is trying to challenge me. It's not trying to make me be great. If I make it in trading, I'll be sitting at home in my pajamas, trading and chewing on turkey bones. My second daughter, that girl will never touch meat with her hands, ever. I don't care. She would rather throw the meat away than touch it with her hands. She's never doing it. And I'm like, you use your hands to eat pizza. What's your problem? Anyways, you guys, I'm gonna have to go down, wash my hands, and be back, okay? Let me see any more meat. I'm tempted to go for more food, but I'm gonna respect myself because I don't need all that starch in my body. Truly keeps going in our direction. I'm going to go wash my hands. I'll be right back. But yes, where we have it is where it should be going. So I'm gonna go wash my hands, okay? I was trying to prevent not going back downstairs, but hey, the African in me could not allow it. So I'll be back. I'll be back soon, you guys. You okay? You guys, I'm back. I am back. My belly is happy. My body is happy. Okay. Hi, Kwame. Oh, what was that? Hi. Says happy. Happy, happy. How are you? I don't know if you guys can see much. Yeah, you can see my screen. Sorry, I kept blocking you guys while I was eating. How are you guys? I'm full. So now I can think clearly. Because I was starting to see 2-2. But I needed to see 1-1. So I'm back now. 1 hour. This is 1 minute. Let's go to 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. I have to be checking on my other portfolio, but I'm using the phone to go live on my cat. So now I'm stuck. I am very stuck. As you can see, I can draw a trend line so that you guys can see. Just as I anticipated, because the trend line that I'm going by is the 4 hours. So I have it over there, but I can draw here for you guys to see what my decision was based on. So 4 hours, let's clean this up. Excuse me. Let's minimize it. Okay. So this was a trend line I drew last week. Let me minimize it some more. For those of you who weren't here when I started, this was a trend line I drew last week. And pretty much when you're drawing trend line, at least three of the points have to touch in a way. They were almost touching, but not quite. I could actually move it up a little more. I could actually move it up so you can see that the 3 points touch, but let me just minimize it a little more. And I could move it up for you to see what I'm talking about. Because mine are not exactly touching, but they are doing something. All right, let's clean it up. Let's remove this guy. And then we can add it back. So let's go for a trend line. Trend line. Okay, I started it. I took it off from this point. This was my point A. By the way, when you're drawing trend line, if it is going up, as in for an uptrend, you're going to um put it below. Okay. If it's for a downtrend, you're going to put it above. So given this trend line, as you can see, point 1, point 2, point 3, and point 4. So you can see that I had more than 3. So it has to be at least 3 touches. I had more than 3 touches. Okay. So what it did, this is the 4 hour, and the 4 hour is very big to be trading on, but that's where I do my analysis. Then I come down to the lower time frame. So based on this that I'm seeing right here, right? If you have a big account, you can withstand this. But if you have a small account like mine, you can't. Okay. But whatever it is it came down the 4th time, touched, and kind of like went below the trend line. Then it went up and came back, retested the trend line. It dropped below. Then it came to this, my take profit 1. If we were going in a sell, this is my first take profit because that's a support level. Okay, then it went up and came back and tested a trend line, but it could not go and it could not go and retest that support. So it went back up. And now that it's coming up, the place where it's going to try to retest will be this resistance right here. That is the most immediate resistance that I can see. Okay. So what it is the market does not move in a straight line. So it's going to do a zigzag pattern. However, while it's doing that zigzag pattern, it's respecting previous levels that the market had reached before. So that's what it means by support and resistance. So support means that the previous low, previous high, and then resistance is the previous high. So you have to respect that. But as you know, I am mainly using the trend line and the EMA, right? So as you can see over here, before it came and retested this trend line, it broke the EMA, then broke the trend line and came way below the trend line, then hits the take profit one. Then it went back up, broke the EMA, broke the trend line again, and it's still above the trend line. So my take profit level is a very slim one, right? If I wanted to keep going, I could have actually stretched it up here for this next take profit level right here, right? Or I could actually stretch it up here for this next take profit level. But that will be multiple trades for me. For me, right now, I'm just doing the immediate one, which is right here. I'm going to take my profit and then re-enter as it proves that it wants to continue going up. That's what I'm doing. Okay. Let me see. Let me check on these other lives. Let's see here. Mm, yeah, so I'm just gonna allow it to brew. I could literally be scalping and just taking the profit in bits and pieces. But as you know, it's still me playing around with the different strategies and trying to see what would work for me. So last week, for instance, I did more of scalping because as you know, last week, if you guys watched my live, I almost blew my account on Friday. Was it Friday? Anyways, and then I redeemed myself. But I was mainly doing scalping, right? So now I'm back to following the rules, but in a way, still scalping. But I'm following the rules and trying to see what works best. So I'm still playing around. I told you guys I'm still learning. So let's learn together, okay? If you have any ideas, definitely send it my way. But I'm learning on the job. I chose not to do a demo account because there's no better place to learn than on the job itself. Because I already know some basics, a lot of the basics that will get me started. You know, how to enter a trade, how to close a trade, various trend lines, candlesticks. You know, I understand I have the fundamentals, right? But not a very strong one. So as I'm learning and going, I'll be adding on to my knowledge. But I need the practical side is more important. So yeah. And that's why I'm in the live account, the prop firm. And I am so sleepy right now. So sleepy. I'm not sure if you guys are still here because I'm not sure that I see anything, but I see the names on there. Anyways, if you guys are here, hello. Happy Monday. Because at the top, I'm supposed to see like the eye icon. I'm not sure if that's a live icon, whatever. I don't know. I don't see it, but I do see the names. So I'm guessing it's either people popped in and then out, or they're still there and then there's a glitch. I don't know. But yeah, you guys, thanks for joining me. Um, If you have any questions or suggestions, definitely send it my way. But yeah, I'm on here just chilling and taking treats. Let me see. My orange juice is finished. It's finished. Might need more orange juice. Okay, it's pulling back now. Let's go back to the 5 minute. Yeah, I was just on the 4 hours, just trying to show you guys why I made that decision. I was saying that where's my mouse? Okay, I was saying that I drew this trend line based on the higher heights. When it's going up, like it goes up, it creates a rooftop, comes down, creates a floor, goes up, creates another rooftop, comes down, creates a floor, goes up, creates a rooftop, comes down, create a floor, up and down and up and down. That's how it moves. So based on this that I'm looking at, my trend line says that it broke, retested, and it's above the trend line. My trend line says it's still up, right? And based on the fact that it's still up, it's why I took the trade that I took. But I took the trade on the lower time frame. The lower time frame that I took the trade on was based on the 5 minutes, right? Let me lower this guy. Well, let's just refresh it. Okay. So I took it based on the 5 minutes. But yes, we're still going, but I'm not going to jump out of it now because the in and out would burn your account faster. So, I mean, I already have my stop loss. I'm just going to let it do its thing. If it's a reversal, meaning that if it's no longer going up, it will hit the stop loss and will be out of the trade. But if it's true to the analysis that I did, then it will continue going up and it will hit the take profit instead. Mhm, 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 mhm. When I hear you, when I hear you breathe, I can wait to fly. Oh, I'm one, even a fire, anyone. Oh, I don't even remember the words to that song. Celine Dion. I love Celine Dion. Mhm. I can hear you breathe. Oh, that I be the one waiting for a good thing to find you time. Da, 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 da. I can't wait for the rest of my life. I don't know the lyrics when you Mm-mm. Man, I'm so sleepy. That food knocked me out. And the food was not even heavy. The rice was so little. And usually it's the carbohydrate that would knock you out. The rice was little. It was the turkey one that was big. And yeah, but I'm so sleepy. Hey, you guys, it's not good to sleep right after you eat, okay? At least 2 hours. 2 to 3 hours past when you eat. The reason is because I just saw I've learned so much from social media and I've actually incorporated them into my life. The good ones. Uh, according to a post, I'm gonna see if I can find that post again. But I started on that post, I think a couple months now, and I've been practicing it. When you eat, sometimes people wait for like 30 minutes. Some people even sleep immediately because they have to go to work or whatever. But sometimes people wait for like 30 minutes, an hour. It's wrong because it could lead to sudden death. What happens is when you sleep, um, especially if you ate like a heavy meal, like the type of food that I just ate right now, the that in terms of like the calories and the sodium, because you cook stew, you have sodium inside of it. It could actually cause your blood pressure to rise while you're sleeping. And if it causes your blood pressure to rise while you're sleeping, you could get a cardiac arrest. And yes, that was what the post said. So I looked up, I believe, when should you sleep after eating, something like that. But yeah, in a way, I kind of confirmed the timing. I mean, for the most part, I don't sleep right after eating, but there have been times where I slept and in less than 30, I ate and in less than 30 minutes I slept. So that one I believe most people are guilty of. I don't know about you, but a lot of people are guilty of it. But I stopped doing that ever since I saw the post. I even the kids, like the whole family, no one eats and sleeps immediately. We all wait for a couple of hours, at least 2 hours before sleeping, at least. But I could tell you for a fact that that did not happen yesterday for me. I cooked late, I ate, and in less than an hour I slept. So, for the most part, I stayed true to that. I've been practicing it. But again, last night it didn't work out that way. I actually did sleep in under an hour, which was not good at all. And right now I'm eating and I'm sleeping. But I've got to take this trade. So let's sit right here and trade. We want the money. When you look at me, when you look at me, when I hear you breathe, when I hear you breathe, I can't wait to fly. Oh, I'm alive. I gotta fly with it. I'm alive. Oh, when you call me, when I hear you breathe, when I keep playing. I keep playing a lot. But I can song, okay? I can song, girl. I mess around a lot when it comes to singing, but I think I got the gift. I just need to polish it. I can hear you breathe. La, 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 la. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da. Ah. Yeah, so it's doing the roof and then the floor, roof and floor, roof and floor. This one, um, let's see here. These two guys, this Mr. here and this Mrs. here. I was looking for this guy to go above this, but whatever. Let's just observe it and see. But we're going to our destination. Those are the little things that you look out for in order to know if you should continue in the trade or if you should cut it loose. But for now, it looks good. So Let me see. I don't see. Whatever. Oh, now it's just finished. I bought me a microphone and I barely use it. Let's see what 1 minute is doing. Let's go see what 1 minute is doing. 5 minutes and 1 hour for sure. They're headed there, but let's see what 1 minute is doing. 1 minute though. Let's see you. 1 minute. Okay. 1 minute. You look very, very trendy. Oh wow. All right, now let's see five. Let's just stay on 5 minutes. I like staying on 5 minutes. That's mainly where I take the trade, the 5 minutes. And then let's um make it a little shorter. Pull it down some more. Hi, Miss Mariel. Hi. How are you? Good afternoon on your end, I believe. Yeah, afternoon. How are you, Mom? Good afternoon. How are you? I hope you're doing well. I'm waiting for my position to brew. I'm in a trade. Mm. Human, human, humano. When you're coming, can you please bring me a snack? Thank you. I think he still has some of his cake left, no? You should give him now. If he doesn't eat it, it will go bad. I don't think you should give him the whole thing at once, though. Don't give him the whole thing at once. Yeah. So give him half of it, no? Mhm. 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 Sweet. Mhm. So that's a winter storm holiday. Let me call it a holiday, I guess, because everyone is home due to a winter storm warning. That's Texas for you. The place barely gets cold. Well, it gets cold, but I mean like the extreme cold, extreme, you know, we don't get there. But any little coldness that has to do with ice, blizzard, snow, everything will be shut down. Let me see on this guy. Okay, that's for the one. Okay, that's for the one. You guys make sure you drink your green juice. Okay. I was saying you guys should make sure you drink your green juice, but you didn't hear me. What's that? I don't want grapes. I want Oreo. I'll eat the grapes later. I drank my green juice this morning. And you didn't cook me rice after you ate. It was just a little, like a handful left in the thing. Bring me Oreo, okay? Please. This guy's still okay. Yeah, it's good. I'm still original. That's the full one. Where's the one that we didn't eat already? I thought we had one that's
That
open.
one was on top. This is
No, there's one on the counter. That's fine. I'll keep this as my personal pack. Huh? Where? The front? Yeah. It's cold though.
I know. I need
So why is that not?
Huh? I need to know if it's cold.
Yeah.
See done.
So long as someone else is out there. Get Nani or something. I don't know if she saw it. Hey, Nani, have I seen you today? I don't think so. You didn't. What's that? I already know this one of you. I don't know. You guys need a multiple. Hmm? You guys need a multiple. Because yours is the blue. Blue? Isn't it blue? I don't know. I have nothing like blue. The purple is Lily's. Okay. But Nana, you're saying you didn't want the same style? This is cold. It's cold. Though. Your body doesn't care about style. Hmm? Your body doesn't care about style. Just match it up. Are you sure that one is yours? What size does it say? It's not chocolate. Mm. Thank you. Okay. But who went to unbox my packages? Who went to unbox my packages? Why? Huh? Did you guys do unboxing videos? Oh, okay. For the record, clock it. I said for the record, clock it. Yeah. Oh, then I guess it's you. Yeah, it was like a bluish gray now. Like gray, right? It's gray. I remembered it being blue or gray, something like that, but I think it was bluish, like a light sea blue or something like that. But I think I ended up with a gray. I think that's what it was. We only got three, so the whatever the color is gray. It's supposed to be gray or blue, something like that. Huh?
You know, the funny part is gray is my second favorite.
That's cute.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's so funny.
I hope you guys still have your thermal vests.
Yeah.
I think Nani doesn't like the color I got her. You should ask her. Maybe I'll have to return it and get a nicer color.
Okay.
Because she's like, I already have this one. Does she like it? Okay, so I'll return it and get another color. Nani, bring it back. I'll return it and get a better color.
Oh, this part goes on.
You can take it off. Huh? Is
Yeah.
it detachable? Or just at some point?
This,
Yeah.
I think it is.
Yeah, I think you can unzip it to take it off completely. Nana, I'll send it. I'll get another color. But I think I was trying to get a different color from what you already have. That's why. Are you sure you can rush this at all? Okay, I'll return it. I'll get a better color. Okay, put it on the staircase so that when I'm going down, I'll take it on to get. What color would you prefer?
Mhm.
Do you want a darker color? Because the one you already have is pink. Put it on the stairs. So I'll take it. The one you already have is pink. So which color should I get now? A blue? I know, but I'm saying what color would you prefer though? Huh? Or you don't prefer any color? So maybe get a different style? Get a different style? Since you already have this style? Okay, I'll check. I'll check, okay? It's just that the other day when it's just other one was dirty and then it was like, okay, now what do we do? So I had to get another. Bye with me.
Literally hot in it.
Huh?
I was literally hot in the jacket.
It's supposed to keep you warm.
Big back. It's actually in my box as well.
Okay. It was ginger and what else? Huh? Okay. Okay. So with this one, it's looking like it wants to come and hit the tip stop loss. Where's this mouse? Jeez. So I'm gonna cut it loose so that at least I save
Order
$20.
filled.
I cut it loose. And I'm going to wait for when it's going back up, then I'll catch it. And I knew it was coming down. If you guys remembered what I mentioned, when I saw these two guys, the double tops, that was an indication that it's coming down temporarily. Even though it's going to go up and hit the take profit regardless, these double tops, these two guys, one and two, were the ones that I was observing before, but I was like, you know what? Let me just ride the wave. But it's going to hit my it was going to hit my stop loss, so I just cut it that way it doesn't hit the whole stop loss. So yeah, stuff like that. Like for instance, if you see over here, this double top, 1 and 2, it came down all the way, then began climbing back up. So that was the clear indication here, the double tops. But it's okay. I'll catch it back. So literally I've given back my profit for today and I'll just catch it when it's going back up. I love Oreo. I'm tempted to eat another one. I'm tempted to eat another one. And the sugar is a lot. It's like when you read the nutritional facts on the packs, it's like if they don't get you in sugar, they get you in salt. The nutritional facts here says sodium is 6%, right? But then for sugar, it's 26%. So you might look at it and be like, oh, this thing is not high in sodium. I'm safe to eat it. But then guess what? They get you in the diabetes. If they don't get you in the high blood pressure, they get you in diabetes. So you still have to watch it. And that's where they get a lot of us, sodium or sugar. Hello. Hi. I'm still in the market. We're still brewing. If I was trading with my own account in terms of like my own capital, I'd have been able to edge a little bit, meaning that I would have two positions, one going up and one coming down. Or better yet, meaning that one in a buy, one in a sell. But the prop firm, at least this prop firm that I'm using, does not allow that. So if I were to be in a buy and I try to open a sell, it will close the buy. So Daddy, are you okay? Mm-hmm. How's Mover? She said the cold weather is for her. I told you I went live on YouTube today, right? I went live early on YouTube. I said I was live earlier on YouTube. I'm still live on YouTube, but I mean like a different live session. I went to do my green smoothie. I said it was to do my breakfast, my green smoothie. And let you hear alone is the most I want. In your presence, Lord, we seek your face. We seek your face. There is no higher calling, no greater than to bow and kneel before your throne. I'm amazed at your glory, amazed by your presence, Lord. I live to worship you. Mm, by your glory, amazed by your presence, Lord. I live to worship you. God, at your feet, oh, is the most I want. In your presence, Lord, we seek your face. We seek your face. There is no higher calling, no greater honor than to bow and kneel before your throne. I'm amazed at your glory, amazed by your mercy, oh Lord. I live to worship you. You guys, I like, well, it's not that I like, I'm used to butchering songs, damaging the lyrics, because I tend to not know a lot of lyrics. So, forgive me, okay? Mm? I'm always messing up the lyrics of songs because growing up, we know them one way. Then you grow up and you be like, what? Is that really the lyrics? But yes. Love you, Lord, and I lift my voice to worship you. Oh, my soul, rejoice. Take joy, my King, in what you hear. And let it be a sweet song in your ears. Let it be a sweet song in your ears. I love you, Lord, and I lift my voice to worship you. Oh, my soul, rejoice. Take joy, my King, in what you eat. A lot of the sweet song in your ears. Oh, this brings back so many memories. Can you imagine growing up in our African schools and they teach us things like hymnals, right? During assembly. So we're singing hymnals. It doesn't matter if you're a Muslim, you're a Christian, it doesn't matter what your religion was, you're actually learning those hymnals and you're singing along. In a way, I feel like I don't know what to call it. It's actually good because the kids get to experience whatever it was, but especially a school that is not branded as a Christian school, there's nothing wrong with praying and all of that, but I feel like we're all in various religious groups, but then the kids who happens to be other religions are forced to learn my religion and then your religion simply because they're in that school. I guess that's what it is. I don't know. But yeah, I guess if the parents were not okay with it, they won't have their kids there. But sometimes it's because they don't have a choice. They don't have many options around. And then there were specific schools like Catholic schools and Muslim schools. So if you were to put your kids in a Catholic school, you know for sure it's going to be biblical, right? They're going to be teaching them the word of God, blah, 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 in the Catholic way. And then if you were to put your kids in a Muslim school, you know that they're going to be learning things about the Quran. But then the general school that is not branded as Christian or Muslim, the kids of various religion were forced to buy into the Christian faith. Yeah, I don't know if you get what I mean, but yeah, it was just a thought. It just brought back memories because I remembered some of the kids in our class and all that were um, of different religious beliefs, I think. I love you, Lord, and I lift my voice to worship you. Oh, my soul, rejoice. Take joy, my King, in what you hear. Let it be a sweet, sweet song in your ear. Let it be a sweet song in your ear. Love you, Lord. I love you. And I let my voice to worship you on my soul. Rejoice. Mrs. O'Farry, take all my game. Mrs. O'Farry, as you say. Are you here? Let it be a sweet song in your ear. Inabomudawasya, Yarawase, Yanabomudawasya, Yarawase, Yanabomudawasya. Mrs. Safari, Yanabomudawasya, Yarawase, Yanabomudawasya. Yedawase. Yinabomudawase. Yedawase. Yinabomudawase. Yedawase. I tried it. I tried it. That one is not that one is Jama, pure Jama. Hallelujah, Jama, what about trial? Digging, digging, digging. I tried it. I tried it. Hallelujah, Jama, what about trial? La, 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 ole. Salam alaikum, maila la ole. Chicken, 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 chicken. La 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 ole. Salam alaikum, maila la ole. Chicken, 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 chicken. I tried it, I tried it. I tried it, I tried it. Hmm? Mrs. Sophia, how are you? I don't know. It shows the names, but I don't see anything. So I don't know. I tried it, I tried it. I tried it, I tried it. Hallelujah, Jame Waba Chalo. All right. Well, after this candle, even though this candle looks promising, I'll do after this one. Hi, John. Hi. No, that's no barely anything here. It's just cold, but no snow. Well, I did see some flakes on some people's roofs, but no, there's no snow. I beg. Texas only snows like what, once in every 4 years. It's cold though. It's cold. What is the weather outside right now, Kara? I don't even know. But no, it's not snowing. How are you? How are things on your end? Is it cold? Do you have lots of snow? They said it's we have what, winter storm warning. The winter storm warning, and a lot of people, from what I'm hearing, cleared up all the grocery stores to where people cannot even find water to buy. So if you're going to go do your regular groceries now, you have to go to several stores just to find water. Because why? People are panicking every time. Oh, that's nice. Oh, you had so much snow. Oh, do you like it? Do you like the snow? Me, I like this. I like the snow personally, but sometimes, yeah, the kids don't have school here today too. That's nice. So an extra day for you. I like the snow, but when it gets cold, it gets cold, and I don't too like it, but I prefer the cold than the heat. But that is if I'm bundled. If I'm not bundled, like I don't know. I mean, like it sometimes. That's nice. That's nice. The kids are home too. They didn't go to school, and it's cold. It's cold. Um, it's cold, but not that type of panic. The world is coming to an end type of cold. We don't have that type of cold in Texas here. Neither do we have inches of snow. I mean, I think we weren't even in Texas when that happened. I think that was February of 2021. There was also a winter storm, but with that one, the power went off, so that's what made it bad. The power went off, and then people were trying to hit themselves up in the car, and people died from that because of the whole carbon monoxide or whatever. I don't know. There were lots of different stories surrounding that, but that one was a bad one. So I think that's the reason why by the time they give the winter storm warnings, people will start panicking and stocking up on food. So the grocery stores were literally empty. I never went into the grocery stores, but from what I'm seeing, people are posting, there were literally nothing left for anybody to grab in the grocery store except for the organic food. Yeah, I know. It's serious. There's a lot of panic that comes with it. Also because Texas is used to having hurricanes and tornadoes. So I think when they give these warnings, people just panic. I'm glad you're doing okay though. You should drink plenty tea, okay? Me, I ate spinach. I drank green smoothie this morning, but I ate spinach. That was my way of keeping warm. Ah, it was a breakfast slash let's say brunch. Let's say brunch, but I'd already eaten my breakfast. The green smoothie. Mhm. Oh, you too, Joanne. Thank you. Thank you. Stay warm, okay? I'm actually trading. I'm challenging myself and pushing myself to show up every day to perfect my craft and to inspire everyone that wants to come on board and trade with me and break through financially. So yeah, there's no shame in the game. So I'm putting it out there. I don't know who else. I see somebody else, but I don't know who that is. I'm still waiting for the next thank you. I know, I know. It's just a matter of practice. I could literally be practicing in a demo account, but I'm like, nope. What I'm using now is a prop firm, so uh, my money's on the line. Mhm. So I have to follow. I have to follow the rules. Yeah, you should. You should. But I'm glad to see you, though. You're always so supportive, so sweet. I love you, Joanne. Thank you. Okay, with your super gorgeous self, super gorgeous lady. That's where my babies get their charm from. Very, very gorgeous. Oh, I'll send you this video that I stumbled on that I made before Mover was born. I didn't post it online because I felt like it had too many like personal details. So I didn't post it. I'll have to chop it up first before I can post it. But I'll send it to you. I'll send you the full video. I'll send you the full video. I was tempted to just chop it up and put it online, but I'm like, no, let me just hold on first. But I'll send it to you. My babies get their charm from me. I'm still waiting for it to brew so I can enter. But I'm super sleepy. Okay, today I'm sleepy. And Mover is actually very sleepy. She's enjoying her eyes. That girl, she can enjoy eyes though. She has no problems. She eats, sleeps, and plays. That's all babies do. So that's her phase for right now. She's chilling. I keep checking my screen looking for the perfect entry. You should study hard, okay? We're very proud of you. You're making us proud. Study hard and continue making us proud and inspiring us every day as you've been doing. I'm seeing somebody else, but I'm not sure. I don't know. Sometimes I don't even know if I know how to read my screen. And it's so basic, like there's really nothing else to understand on what I'm looking at. But oh, thank you, Joanne. That's mover swaddler on my head. Oh, last night after I finished taking a shower, I was about to go to bed. And then I realized that my hair caps are inside the dryer as part of the wash things. I'm like, no way, I'm not going to get it. So mover had to borrow me hair swaddler. That's what is on my head. Hair swaddler. She had to give it up. We've been improvising around here. Hmm. The only difference is her nighties cannot fit me. Like I'll be borrowing some from her nighties are they are small for me. I'll be borrowing some, but I can't. Let me see what the 1 minute is doing. I'm getting to my point of entry. How is your twin, Joan? How is your other gorgeous half, Dr. Anita? That's nice. Tell her I said hi, okay? We'll chat anyways. I'm just sending you message because you're here. Okay, that's right. She should stay warm as well. Okay, okay. Hmm. I'm gonna enter when it gets to the point that I'm expecting, and then I've pretty much been online for almost 3 hours. Once it passes this point that I'm expecting it to be, I'll take a trade, and then after that, that'll be it. I'm on both YouTube and Facebook. As a matter of fact, I'm on my Facebook page and my Facebook profile and my YouTube. That's where I'm live right now. That's for the 5 minutes. Let's see what's the 5 minutes it's doing. 5 minutes. Okay, so we are at the entry, the proper
Order
entry.
filled.
Alrighty. So I took my trade and I'm doing 1:2 as my risk to reward. And I'm just gonna let it brew. It's going to brew, and then when it gets to my profits level, it would kick me out of the trade, and then that will be it. So fingers crossed is going where I think it's going. Well, where I analyzed to where I analyze and I know that it's going. And then when it gets there, it'll kick me out. And that'll be it. Nana, Nana, when you're coming up, can you bring me water, please? I'm saying when she's coming up. Not now. I don't need it now. Thank you, baby. Joanne, with the way you are dedicated and smart, you conquer trading one time. Trading is no match for you. Joanne, for you, trading will be cocoa. You conquer it one time because you have the dedication and you're very, very smart. You have the IQ combined with persistency. It will be cocoa for you. And then you'll be teaching the world. He said no. It'll be cocoa, I tell you. Because you have the brains and you have the dedication, so it will be a by the wayside cocoa task. You don't even have to sweat. I'm still learning it. I'd actually closed my computer and left it for some years now, and then I picked it back up. Like I was saying in my previous videos, I picked it back up because I'm not giving up on it. So, and I've passed the prop from 4 times. So it means, and the prop firm is really, really hard for people to pass. A lot of people don't pass it, or at least it takes them a couple of years to pass. But I've passed it 4 times, so that's a big, very, very big progress. It means that I have the knowledge. I just need to not be afraid to dive in there and do it. This one is drawing down. Is Mover okay? You hear Mover shouting, right? Is she shouting for biscuit? You guys, is she minding her business or she shouting for biscuit? Oh, it's still brewing. The prop firm, this that I'm doing right now, the prop firm is where you get to prove yourself. You study to come and show yourself approved. You get to prove whether or not you know what you're doing because, um, yeah, pretty much you have to know what you're doing in order to be able to pass it. So this is the examination after the semester's worth of studying. Oh, I think John is going to study. And then I have a rule for my trading. So everyone will have to set their own rule. My rule is if I lose twice in one day, I close my computer and I walk away. I don't always do that though, but that is my rule. Sometimes I follow it and sometimes I don't. And I feel like it's the inconsistency that kills a lot of people in the market. Because when you follow your rules one time and then you break it two more times, then your account is gone. But anyways, long and short is my rule is when I trade, if I lose twice, I'm out of the market for that day. And then I come back, do my analysis, and try again. That's pretty much what it is. So this one, for instance, I have my take profit at $216. And then I have my stop loss at 104. So that's approximately 1:2 as my risk to reward. It means that when it hits my stop loss at $104, I have a decision to make to either continue trading or to call it quit for the day. And since my rule is if I were to lose twice in one day, I close my computer and I walk away, then I'll have to make that decision. I'll have to make the judgment call as to whether or not that's what I want to do. You guys, you open all the packages, right? Besides the jacket and the spice, what else was there? I don't remember. Huh? Oh, okay. It takes a lot of patience. Patience is key. Patience is virtue. This is where your patience will be tried. Where you just want to close the computer and walk away, but you have to wait. Oh, my back hurts. Hi. Thank you, darling. Thank you. Mhm. Your auntie Joan was online. Your cousin Joan. She was online with me. Because I'm live, I'm trading. I told her to come and master it because she's very smart and dedicated. Mhm. And that's where you guys get your charm from that side. Anyways, let me go use the bathroom. Nani, thank you, okay? I'm gonna go use the bathroom. Well, I was also hoping to just get out of this trade and just call it quit because it's been 3 hours already. So I was hoping to finish this guy and call it quit. Let me check on this guy. Oh, let me check on this guy real quick. God of mercy and compassion, God of sin. Mm, Your children. And, mm, 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 mm. God mercy and compassion, God of sins. Mm, mm. As of right now, it's at 76 or 75, $76 drawdown. $30 more will be kicked out. And when I'm kicked out, I'll just close the computer and that'll be it for the day. Unless, of course, if it goes in my direction, then it will kick me out at the take profit and that'll be it for the day. That's what trading is all about. It's about risk management. You're going to lose some, you're going to gain some. Whatever the case is, just set your rule and stick by it and just manage your risk. If you don't manage your risk, you're not going to make it. I don't care how knowledgeable you are, how loaded you are, the market will drain you because you did not manage your risk. Okay? So that's the one thing to keep in mind. I keep getting muscle pulls. Anyways, I'm gonna go use the bathroom. I guess I need to stretch a little bit because I keep getting muscle pulls. I think also because of how I'm going back and forth in the chair. But let me go ahead and stretch a little bit. Let me stretch a little bit. All right, you guys, I'll be right back, okay? Biscuits. Daddy. I don't know. Oh, the candy multiple. I feel better. But the other one, I feel like it's so loose though. Oh wow, I'm still in this trade. I didn't know if I would have been kicked out by the time I came back. I was getting muscle pulls, so I had to go wear my foot massager. I kept getting, I don't know if it's because of how I was sitting, but I kept getting muscle pulls in my legs, well, my thigh, my left thigh. And so I wanted to go down, I wanted to go use the restroom, but I also wanted to go wear the compression. Um, but I'm back now. I'm not gonna sit down. I'm gonna stand, let it do its thing. Oh, and I feel like this is too loose. Let me adjust it. Let me move out of you guys your way. I'm just still waiting for it to brew so I can be done for the day. It's been 3 hours and 21 minutes. Oh, sweet out after giving it my all. Winter storm has come and darkened my soul. After all that I've been through, who on earth can I turn to? I look to you. I look to you. And when melodies are gone, and you I can be strong. I look to you. I look to you. Yeah. And when melodies are gone, and you I can be strong. I look to you. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Heaven here now. I'm lost without a clue. After giving it my all, winter storm has come, and I cannot sun. After all that I've been through, no wonder can I try to. Oh, this guy's too loose. Whatever. It's still helping. I look to you. I look to you. Yeah. And nothing but all. You I can be strong. I look to you. Oh, I'm blocking you guys too. I'm sorry. I'm just waiting for it to go up or come down. Whichever it's trying to do, just make up your mind. Let's see what the 1 minute is doing. Take a look at 1 minute. 1 minute. At about 7:43. Let me pull it up here so you guys can see. For the 1 minute, I'll move out of your way when I pull it up. And now let me. If I took the trade around within the London session right here, that was around 3 a.m., which means that I would have been riding all the way up. Even if I took it right before the market open, the US open, my stop loss would have been here and I'll still be going up. That is how far up I would have gone. Let's go back. So the London session is actually a good and this was the 23rd, which is Friday. So if I could hold my trade, but with the profit I cannot. So if it's swing trading, then I would have been here all the way here. So that's how much profits would have been made by now. See that? All the way up. All the way up. That's how much profit. So if you're a swing trader, these are some of the gains you would have all the way. Even if you were going in a sell from here to here, that's big gains. So let's go from here to there, you know? So yes, the market has a lot of benefits, but you have to be patient. You have to be very patient. In my case, even if I wanted to gain that much, I can't in terms of like holding the trade overnight because I'm not a swing trader. Swing trading is something you have to actually learn outside of day trading. And also the platforms do not permit swing trading. The market is not very volatile today, so the days you want it to move fast, it moves slow. And the days you want it to move slow, it moves fast. So I guess there's no telling. While I'm waiting for this thing to brew, I'm going to go ahead and finish up my studies. Trying to stream back on. I want it on still.
If we would The original PC motherboards were an absolute mess. If you take a look down here on this particular motherboard, this is a very, very old motherboard, over 30 years old. If you take a look at this, one of the problems we ran into is look at all of these chips all over the place. This is where the CPU went. One of these chips did nothing but control the hard drives. Another chip did nothing but control this thing called a floppy drive. Another chip did nothing but control a built-in sound card, which back then was pretty cool. Another chip did nothing but control serial ports. Another chip did nothing but control a mouse. So you had all of these highly specialized single-purpose chips, and this was pretty normal for the first 10, 15 years of the PC world. Now, after a while, it became smart to go ahead and start making dedicated chips that took on all of these different jobs. These special purpose chips were known as chipsets. They're still known as chipsets. Now, what I have here on this motherboard right here is one of the very earliest chipsets. Now, if you take a look, you'll see that there are two separate chips here. These two chips, one's known as the North Bridge, the other one's known as the South Bridge, were designed to work together. You had to have both of these chips. The North Bridge traditionally acted as the interface to the CPU. So the North Bridge had the memory controller built into it. The North Bridge handled high-speed expansion buses. So the North Bridge was always doing the fast stuff. The South Bridge was the interconnection to the slower stuff. So if we would have individual ports, you'd have a USB port or something like that, it would be the South Bridge's job to handle the slower stuff. Over time, this changes. North Bridges and South Bridges as chipsets, in terms of their exact function, have changed over and over and over again over the years. In fact, today's CPUs take over all of the North Bridge functions. So today's chipsets are really just a South Bridge. I've got one here on this modern system. I actually had to take off this heatsink. If you take a look right here, that's a bunch of thermal paste on there, but that is the South Bridge, which is the chipset. So chipsets are single chips in today's systems. The chipset is literally the most critical part of understanding the functions of what a particular system can do. When you're buying a motherboard, what you're really buying is a chipset. In fact, chipsets are so important that motherboard manufacturers will advertise this. If you take a look at all these motherboard boxes, you see that X299? You see that X470? Look down here. Here's another X470. Here's something that says B360N. These are the actual chipsets that these motherboards are supporting. It's the chipsets that define how many sticks of RAM you can support. It's the chipsets that define how many video cards you can put into your system. It's the chipsets that define how fast of RAM you can have. It's the chipsets that define how many USB ports you can support and what speed are these USB ports. It's the chipset that defines stuff like how many hard drives you can install. So when you're buying a motherboard, what you're really buying is a chipset more than anything else, because you want it to support the things that you need for your system. So chipsets are so absolutely important that over the years, as we get more and more chipsets, for any one particular CPU, for example, you might have 4 or 5 different types of chipsets that do different jobs. So what I'm going to do is put up a quick screen here. So here's one example of one CPU and the chipsets that you can use on understanding the functions of what a particular system can do. When you're buying a motherboard, I've got one here on this modern system. I actually had to take off this heatsink or something like that. It would be the South Bridge's job. Traditionally acted as the interface to the CPU. So the North Bridge had the memory controller built into it. The North Bridge handled high-speed expansion buses. So the North Bridge was always doing the fast on all of these different jobs. These special purpose chips were known as chipsets. They're still known as chipsets. Now, what I have here on this motherboard right here is one of the very earliest chipsets. Now, if you take a look, you'll see that there are two separate chips here. These two chips, one's known as the North Bridge, the other one's known as the South Bridge, were designed to work together. You these chips all over the place. This is where the CPU went. One of these chips. The original PC motherboards were an absolute mess. If you take a look down here on this particular motherboard, this is a very, very old motherboard, over 30 years old. If you take a look at this, one of the problems we ran into is look at all of these chips all over the place. This is where the CPU went. One of these chips did nothing but control the hard drives. Another chip did nothing but control this thing called a floppy drive. Another chip did nothing but control a built-in sound card, which back then was pretty cool. Another chip did nothing but control serial ports. Another chip did nothing but control a mouse. So you had all of these highly specialized single-purpose chips, and this was pretty normal for the first 10, 15 years of the PC world. Now, after a while, it became smart to go ahead and start making dedicated chips that took on all of these different jobs. These special purpose chips were known as chipsets. They're still known as chipsets. Now, what I have here on this motherboard right here is one of the very earliest chipsets. Now, if you take a look, you'll see that there are two separate chips here. These two chips, one's known as the North Bridge, the other one's known as the South Bridge, were designed to work together. You had to have both of these chips. The North Bridge traditionally acted as the interface to the CPU. So the North Bridge had the memory controller built into it. The North Bridge handled high-speed expansion buses. So the North Bridge was always doing the fast stuff. The South Bridge was the interconnection to the slower stuff. So if we would have individual ports, you'd have a USB port or something like that, it would be the South Bridge's job to handle the slower stuff. Over time, this changes. North Bridges and South Bridges as chipsets, in terms of their exact function, have changed over and over and over again over the years. In fact, today's CPUs take over all of the North Bridge functions. So today's chipsets are really just a South Bridge. I've got one here on this modern system. I actually had to take off this heatsink. If you take a look right here, that's a bunch of thermal paste on there, but that is the South Bridge, which is the chipset. So chipsets are single chips in today's systems. The chipset is literally the most critical part of understanding chips. And this was pretty normal for the first 10, 15 years of the PC world. Now, after a while, it became smart to go ahead and start making dedicated chips that took on all of these different jobs. These special purpose chips were known as chipsets. They're still known as chipsets. Now, what I have here on this motherboard right here is one of the very earliest chipsets. Now, if you take a look, you'll see that there are two separate chips here. These two chips, one's known as the North Bridge, the other one's known as the South Bridge. The original PC motherboards were an absolute mess. If you take a look down here on this particular motherboard, this is a very, very old motherboard, over 30 years old. If you take a look at this, one of the problems we ran into is look at all of these chips all over the place. This is where the CPU went. One of these chips did nothing but control the hard drives. Another chip did nothing but control this thing called a floppy drive. Another chip did nothing but control a built-in sound card, which back then was pretty cool. Another chip did nothing but control serial ports. Another chip did nothing but control a mouse. So you had all of these highly specialized single-purpose chips, and this was pretty normal for the first 10, 15 years of the PC world. Now, after a while, it became smart to go ahead and start making dedicated chips that took on all of these different jobs. These special purpose chips were known as chipsets. They're still known as chipsets. Now, what I have here on this motherboard right here is one of the very earliest chipsets. Now, if you take a look, you'll see that there are two separate chips here. These two chips, one's known as the North Bridge, the other one's known as the South Bridge, were designed to work together. You had to have both of these chips. The North Bridge traditionally acted as the interface to the CPU. So the North Bridge had the memory controller built into it. The North Bridge handled high-speed expansion buses. So the North Bridge was always doing the fast stuff. The South Bridge was the interconnection to the slower stuff. So if we would have individual ports. You'd have a USB port or something like that. It would be the Southbridge's job to handle the slower stuff. Over time, this changes. Northbridge's and Southbridge's as chipsets, in terms of their exact function, have changed over and over and over again over the years. In fact, today's CPUs take over all of the Northbridge functions. So today's chipsets are really just a Southbridge. I've got one here on this modern system. I actually had to take off this heatsink. If you take a look right here, that's a bunch of thermal paste on there, but that is the Southbridge, which is the chipset. So chipsets are single chips in today's systems. The chipset is literally the most critical part of understanding the functions of what a particular system can do. When you're buying a motherboard, what you're really buying is a chipset. In fact, chipsets are so important that motherboard manufacturers will advertise this. If you take a look at all these motherboard boxes, you see that X299? You see that X470? Look down here. Here's another X470. Here's something that says B360N. These are the actual chipsets that these motherboards are supporting. It's the chipsets that define how many sticks of RAM you can support. It's the chipsets that define how many video cards you can put into your system. It's the chipsets that says B360N. These are the actual chipsets that these motherboards are supporting. It's the chipsets that define how many sticks of RAM you can support. It's the chipsets that define how many video cards you can put into your system. It's the chipsets that define how fast of RAM you can have. It's the chipsets that define how many USB ports you can support and what speed are these USB ports. It's the chipset that defines stuff like how many hard drives you can install. So when you're buying a motherboard, in fact, chipsets are so important that motherboard manufacturers will advertise this. If you take a look at all these motherboard boxes, you see that X299? You see that X470? Look down here. Here's another X470. Here's something that says B360N. These are the actual chipsets that these motherboards are supporting. It's the chipsets that define how many sticks of RAM you can support. It's the chipsets that define how many video cards, single chips in today's systems. The chipset is literally the most critical part of understanding the functions of what a particular system can do. When you're buying a motherboard, what you're really buying is a chipset. In fact, chipsets are so important that motherboard manufacturers will advertise this. If you take a look at all these motherboard boxes, you see that X299? You see that X470? Look down here. Here's another X470. Here's something that says B360N. These are the actual chipsets that these motherboards are supporting. It's the chipsets that define how many sticks of RAM you can support. It's the chipsets that define how many video cards you can put into your system. It's the chipsets that define how fast of RAM you can have. It's the chipsets that define how many USB ports you can support and what speed are these USB ports. It's the chipset that defines stuff like how many hard drives you can install. So when you're buying a motherboard, what you're really buying is a chipset more than anything else, because you want it to support the things that you need for your system. So chipsets are so absolutely important that over the years, as we get more and more chipsets, for any one particular CPU, for example, you might have 4 or 5 different types of chipsets that do different jobs. So what I'm going to do is put up a quick screen here. So here's one example of one CPU and the chipsets that you can use on that CPU. Now, as you're looking at this, you'll notice that each of these chipsets have different functionalities depending on what people need. And when you're going out to buy yourself a motherboard, these little subtle differences become very, very important. So when I'm going out to build a system, I don't spend a whole lot of time on the CPU, but I spend an inordinately large amount of time on the motherboards and in particular, the chipsets.
The motherboard is the backbone of a PC. The type and model you choose will have a big impact on your system. It will also decide which components you can use. What should you look for when picking a motherboard, and where can you find that information? Let's explore that together in this episode as we learn how to choose the right motherboard. First, we need to think about how we're going to use the motherboard. Are we doing something simple, like building a desktop or a laptop build? Or are we doing a server build, which would take a multi-socket motherboard? A multi-socket motherboard can hold multiple processors physically installed at the same time. For this video, let's keep it simple. We'll focus on building a desktop computer. Here's where it gets interesting. We have a bit of a chicken and an egg dilemma. Do we choose the CPU first, which impacts the motherboards are compatible, or do we choose the motherboard first, which limits what CPUs we can use? Motherboards are typically designed for one of 2 CPU manufacturers, Intel or AMD. Let's look at practical examples. Suppose we already have an ATX case with an ATX power supply. That settles form factor question, but we still have to pick a CPU and motherboard. Sometimes it comes down to preference or budget. Maybe we find an AMD ATX motherboard for around $250, but there's an Intel board on sale for only $150. We might choose the cheaper option, save money for memory, and, well, maybe we just prefer Intel. Another factor we have to consider is CPU sockets. The sockets on a motherboard is specific to a certain CPU, even within the same brand. For example, Intel's LGA 1700 socket only supports 12th generation Core i5, i7, and i9 CPUs. When you choose the motherboard, you're narrowing down your CPU options. Now that we've narrowed down the options for the CPU and motherboard, there are still other factors you need to consider, like the chipset. The chipset affects cost and features. Some support overclocking, extra PCIe lanes, or faster USB connections. Not all chipsets offer the same compatibilities. Another consideration is RAM support. Check if it supports DDR4 or DDR5. How much RAM can it handle? Many motherboards today support 64 GB or even 128 GB. Also look for dual channel memory support for better performance. Another consideration is expansion slots. Think about the number and type you need. If you want a PCIe slot for GPUs or other cards, check which PCIe version you're getting, 4.0 or 5.0. Most builds only need 1 or 2 slots. Storage connectivity. Most motherboards have SATA ports for hard disk drives and SSDs. Many also include M.2 slots for NVMe SSDs. If you plan to use multiple SSDs, check how many M.2 slots are available. Another big consideration is I/O ports. Don't assume all boards have the same ports. Check what you need. Are the USB ports 3.2 or USB-C? Does it have Wi-Fi 6 or 6E? Are there ports for legacy devices? Now, for you gamers and stuff out there, overclocking can be a big consideration. If you plan on overclocking your CPU, make sure the motherboard supports it and has the right power delivery. Wow, that's a lot to think about for just one component, right? But don't worry, as you saw in an earlier episode, there are online tools to help you choose compatible parts. One example is the Pangali PC Builder site. It helps you pick legacy devices. Now, for you gamers and stuff out there, overclocking support hard disk drives and SSDs. Many also include M.2 slots for NVMe SSDs. If you plan to use multiple SSDs, check how many M.2 slots are available. Another big consideration is I/O ports. Don't assume all boards have the same ports. Check what you need. Are the USB ports 3.2 or USB-C? Does it have Wi-Fi 6 or 6E? Are there ports for legacy devices? Now, for you gamers and stuff out there, overclocking can be a big consideration. If you plan on overclocking your CPU, make sure the motherboard supports it and has the right power delivery. Wow, that's a lot to think about for just one component, right? But don't worry, as you saw in an earlier episode, there are online tools to help you choose compatible parts. One example is the Pangali PC Builder site. It helps you pick compatible components and manage your total budget. In summary, when choosing a motherboard, you need to consider multiple criteria. You got form factor, CPU compatibility, power requirements, chipset features, RAM support, expansion slots, storage, and I/O all to consider. Plan carefully, and you'll end up with a build that will work well now and has room for future upgrades. The motherboard is arguably the most important component of a PC, and while it's essential, it can be a bit cumbersome and awkward to install. So let's walk through the installation process together. Before we begin, let's talk about protecting against ESD, or electrostatic discharge. I am standing on an ESD mat, and there is one on the work surface, which is connected to the computer case for grounding. A third option would be to use an ESD wrist strap. Since we're standing on an ESD mat, and our work surface mat is connected to a metallic surface, we are sufficiently grounded, meaning that any electricity I am holding won't transfer into the components we are touching. Okay, now that we're protected, and more importantly, our equipment is protected, let's start the motherboard installation process. One of the most important but often overlooked parts of this process is using standoffs. Standoffs are specialty screws designed to protect the motherboard. They prevent the motherboard from touching the metal of the computer case. The motherboard is essentially one big circuit, and if it contacts a conductive surface while signals are passing through it, it can result in electrical shorts, damaging the motherboard. So the standoffs keep the motherboard elevated above the case, preventing any direct contact. Standoffs are usually made of brass, which also helps with grounding. They provide a stable mounting surface, allowing for proper clearance and protection of the motherboard. Standoffs are placed directly into the case as the base for the motherboard. Each standoff has a screw thread at one end and a screw receptacle at the other. After we install the motherboard, we'll use screws to anchor it to these standoffs.
I made a green smoothie.
Now, these standoffs aren't placed randomly. They need to match the mounting holes on the motherboard. Some cases even come with pre-installed standoffs for specific form factors. Next, we'll install the I/O shield. This is a simple but crucial part. It's basically a dust blocker that fits into the space where the I/O ports of the motherboard sit. Our motherboard actually has the I/O shield pre-installed, so we can go ahead and skip this step. Now we can move on to the installation of the motherboard. Slide the motherboard in place, making sure the standoffs align with the mounting holes. Once the holes on the motherboard are aligned with the standoffs, we can secure the motherboard with screws. These screws are typically included with the standoffs. At this point, the CPU, memory, and expansion cards should already be installed, or we could choose to install them after the motherboard is in place. Either way, the next step is to power the motherboard on. The motherboard connects to the PSU with two cables, the ATX 24-pin connector and the 8-pin connector. The 24-pin connector is actually two connectors, one 20-pin for older motherboards and an additional 4-pin for newer ones. Together, they appear as one connection. These connectors are key to prevent misalignment, which is a nice safety feature. The 8-pin CPU power connection is a 4+4 connector, providing power to the CPU. Note that the CPU can have unique power requirements, so make sure and check your CPU's specific needs. Some CPUs might use a 4-pin, an 8-pin, or even multiple 8-pin connectors. So now we've successfully installed the motherboard into our desktop PC build. Everything looks good, right? Well, maybe not. Let's test it. We powered on the PC, but nothing happened. No boot, no lights, no sound, nothing. Looks like it's time to troubleshoot. Since nothing powered on, the problem could be the power supply. Let's check the power connection cables and ensure they're snugly fit together. Of course, this assumes the PSU itself is working. If the power connections look good, let's inspect the motherboard. Check for visible damage to the printed circuit board, traces, or any attached devices. Look for dark spots that could indicate a burnt out component or any cracks in the board that may have damaged a trace. A motherboard issue you might encounter, especially on the A+ Core 1 exam, is capacitor swelling. Capacitors are tiny components that hold a charge. If a capacitor looks swollen or you smell something burning, it's time to shut down the system. Unfortunately, you likely have a defective motherboard. If everything seems okay with the motherboard, let's check the CPU. If there's an issue with the CPU, it's typically due to improper seating, bent or broken pins, or damaged contacts. We've already checked those, so what about the RAM? Are the RAM modules properly seated? Are the latches locked into place? Are the edge connectors seated properly and not corroded or damaged? If everything checks out, we might want to look at the UEFI or BIOS settings. Make sure they're set correctly for the hardware components. There's one more thing we need to consider. Did we check the power source? Is the computer plugged into a working outlet? It is a simple thing, but worth checking. If everything looks fine but the system still doesn't work, we may need to redo the installation or even replace the motherboard. Motherboard troubleshooting can be challenging, even for experienced technicians. The key is following a step-by-step process, examining symptoms, running tests, and isolating the issue. That's how you'll identify the root cause most of the time. Installing a motherboard is a relatively easy task, but if a problem occurs, like the computer failing to boot or taking longer than usual to start, it could indicate a failing motherboard. However, the issue could be power, connectors, or other components.
Hey, you guys, apologies for the silence. I'm just waiting for it to do its thing. I have my take profit and my stop loss, so I went about my business trying to do something else. Mhm. Remember we ordered the case of it the last time. Are you guys eating it though? The last time what you took wasn't the full one. Oh, okay. We'll get the full one. Hey, you guys, I'm just waiting for it to brew. I'm pretty much just doing my own thing and just waiting for it to get to where it needs to get to. Yeah, my stop loss is 104. So if it hits my stop loss, that's it. That will be it for the day, and then I'll continue tomorrow. But as of right now, it's pretty close. So let's see. Mhm.
The power supply unit, or PSU, is one of the more important components of a PC. However, because there are so many characteristics and capabilities on the various types of PSUs, it can be difficult to understand each of the different kinds of units available. This includes form factors, connectors, and quality ratings, among others. What a power supply unit does is quite simple. It provides direct current, DC electricity, to a PC system components that is converted from alternating current, AC electricity. AC power is what is supplied by electrical outlets virtually everywhere. A PC is powered by DC electricity. The primary advantage DC power has over AC power is constant voltage levels, which is something that AC power can't do. So, a PSU is needed to provide the conversion from AC power to DC power. All PCs, including laptops, tablets, and even gaming consoles, have a power supply. Although, in these instances, the PSU is an AC/DC power adapter, usually part of the power cord. However, in this episode, we will focus on desktop PC power supplies. Let's start our discussion on PC power supply units by looking at what happens when you switch on the power switch on your PC. When the switch is toggled from off to on, a signal is sent to the motherboard, which then sends a signal to the PSU to power up. The PSU draws AC power from its power cord that is connected to a wall socket, or a power strip, or a UPS, or other power source. On older PCs, the PSU had to be manually switched between 120 volt service and 240 volt service based on the voltage of the electrical source. The power supplies in most newer PCs now have an active power factor correction, or APFC feature, that can detect the voltage of incoming AC service and adjust the PSU's function accordingly. Inside the PSU are electronic components, each which serves a different, although coordinated function. Transformers and rectifiers convert AC power to DC voltages used by the PC components, and capacitors filter out any residual electrical noise from the AC current. The clean DC power then flows through an output rail that stores power on particular voltages for distribution. The internal components of a PC require different voltages, specifically 12 volts DC, 5 volts DC, and 3.3 volts DC. AC power is converted to these voltages and then stored on corresponding rails. The cables that connect the PSU to the PC components then pull the power from the appropriate rails to operate them. All of this happens in a relative instant, in the time in between switching the PC on and the operating system loading. Speaking of power supply cables, there are two primary approaches to the cabling of a PSU. The cables can be non-modular or modular. Non-modular PSUs have their output cables permanently attached. Modular PSUs have a variety number of connectors in which cables can be connected as needed. A modular PSU provides more flexibility than a non-modular one. On a non-modular ATX power supply unit, the cables consist of the 24-pin motherboard connector, which is also called a 20 plus 4-pin connector, which connects the PSU to the motherboard to power the PCIe slots, M.2 slots, RAM, and other components. The 4 plus 4-pin CPU power connector connects to the motherboard to provide power to the CPU. Most newer motherboards use all 8 pins, but the split 4-pin segment provided for lower-end and older motherboards, and some higher-end processors require multiple 8-pin power connectors. The PCIe 6 plus 2-pin power connectors connects directly to graphics cards or GPUs, with some GPUs requiring multiple PCIe power connectors. The ATX 3.0 standard added a PCIe 12 plus 4 Gen 5 power cable that is used to power GPUs. The SATA power cable is used to power hard drives and SATA solid-state drives. The Molex 4-pin connector is used to power fans and other peripheral devices. A modular PSU can add one or more of these connectors as needed by a particular PC. A PSU wattage rating is a measurement of how much power the PSU can deliver, measured in watts. The PSU should always have a wattage rating higher than the PC's total power requirements for stable operation and to power future upgrades. Another consideration for the power capabilities of a PSU is the 80+ rating that measures the efficiency of a PSU when converting AC power to DC power. In other words, how much is converted to power and how much is lost as heat. The higher the 80+ rating is, the more efficient the PSU is. The ratings are represented as colors or minerals, if you prefer, from none to white to titanium, the most efficient. Of course, the price of the PSU rises along with the 80+ rating. The 80+ rating also indicates the wattage of a PSU. Power supplies have a nominal wattage supply, which is what they can potentially produce, but which they never do. There is always some power lost in the conversion of AC power to DC power and lower voltages. The quality of the PSU can determine how much or how little the loss may be. The reality of a computer system is that when it's at idle, it doesn't need much power, but when it's loaded down with I/O operations and graphics renderings, it needs all the power it can get. A PC power supply that has the lowest 80+ rating converts AC to DC power at 80% when it's running at 20% of the system's capacity, and at 50% and 100%, which means that 80% of the power it draws from the wall is delivered to your components, with the rest lost as heat. The higher the 80+ rating, the higher the efficiency. One topic that is now on the A+ Core 1 exam is redundant power supplies. While a PSU is not a component that has a high failure rate, they can fail, and sometimes that failure can happen loaded down with I/O operations and graphics renderings. It needs all the power it can get. A PC power supply that has the lowest 80+ rating converts AC to DC power at 80% when it's running at 20% of the system's capacity, and at 50% and 100%, which means that 80% of the power it draws from the wall is delivered to your components, with the rest lost as heat. The higher the 80+ rating, the higher the efficiency. One topic that is now on the A+ Core 1 exam is redundant power supplies. While a PSU is not a component that has a high failure rate, they can fail, and sometimes that failure can happen right in the middle of a critical process. In certain industries, high availability of systems is essential, so redundant devices are implemented to provide a fault tolerance. Redundant power supplies contain at least 2 PSUs. Only one of the PSUs is run at a time, but if the active unit fails, the standby unit activates to keep the computer or device powered. In most cases, the switchover is relatively seamless. A PSU is a very important component of a PC. Understanding its functions, ratings, and capacities are the keys to a smooth working system.
When we're buying a power supply, we buy it based on watts. Now, before I get into a lot of detail on watts, I want to kind of correct something I said that wasn't 100% true earlier. When we talk about electricity, we always say volts times amps equals watts. Well, that is absolutely true, but only in a perfect world where we have 100% perfect efficiency. What's really happening is that power supplies, like anything on Earth, are not perfectly efficient. So when you plug into your wall outlet, only a percentage of that electricity that you're getting from the wall outlet is being converted into the DC voltages that your PC needs. The rest is lost through heat, friction, other things like that prevent you getting all the electricity goodness that you need. And this has been a big problem with power supplies over the years. So first of all, when you're looking at power supplies in the store, you can see they've all got these wattage ratings on them. So on these two in particular, you can see one of these is a 460 watt, and the other one is 750 watt. So the big first question I get from everybody is, well, Mike, how much wattage do I need? And I refuse to answer that question. In fact, you will not be quizzed on that question on the CompTIA exams because everybody understands that this is a very subtle question. There are wonderful websites that you can go to all over the internet that help you figure this out. So basically, how much does your motherboard need? What kind of video cards are you using? That's a big one in terms of your total wattage. How many hard drives you have installed on your system? It's surprising how little wattage that most systems need today, unless you're doing something like, for example, using a really high-end processor or using really, really high-end video cards. So don't worry about the wattage you need for your system in terms of an A+ question, but do be aware that that can be an issue for anybody buying a system. And the answer is, do like I do, go online, find one of these wattage calculators, and then make your best guess, add 10, 20%. So that's the other thing to keep in mind. So let's just say you go through these calculations and you decide that your system needs 700 watts of power. Well, you're only going to need 700 watts of power when everything's running. With a power supply, he can provide up to these wattages. But the vast majority of the time on your computer, unless you're constantly playing really high-end video games and constantly accessing your hard drive, there's only going to be a percentage of that particular number. So it's always fun, guys like me, I want to buy like super high-end wattage power supplies. Like right now, about the highest commonly found power supply would be about 1,500 watts. And they're huge and they look cool, I guess. But I probably never, ever need that kind of wattage. So the important thing to take from this is that get the wattage that you need, give yourself a little buffer. The one problem that you can run into is not having enough. So don't be afraid to turn that up a little bit. And if you're like me, I buy just almost nothing pretty much but 750 to 1,500 watt power supplies, and I've never seen you run into that problem. Okay. So going back to the efficiency issue, now this is a big problem. On older power supplies like this one right here, if I had even a 60% efficiency, that would be good. So this one was rated at 575 watts. So at 575 watts, that is only at, you ready? Room temperature, okay? And I assure you that inside this power supply, after running for 30 seconds, it's a lot hotter than room temperature, and heat reduces efficiency in a big, big way. Also, in terms of the quality of electronics can be a big issue, and the bottom line is that if this thing's only putting out 60% efficiency, probably gonna be just a little bit over 300 watts when everything's hot and it's working really hard and when it's at less than optimal situation. So you need to be careful with that. In fact, it was such a big problem that the power supply industry on its
Order
own
filled.
came up with what they call the 80+ rating system. If you look right here, you'll see that it has an 80+ rating on there. The 80+ ratings are an absolute godsend for people like me.
So this is the second trade loss for today. So my rule is to call it quit and come back tomorrow. Pretty much I got to know that it was going down starting from this location right here, even though it's still going to go up, but there's a little pullback before it goes up, right? This is the target. So tomorrow when I come, we're going to review it to see if it did come back to hit our take profit, which is the 26045. We're going to review to see if it came back. But the point is, right from this double top right here was where it gave a clear indication that it was going to pull back. And then it tested that same level again the third time, but did not break it. Like it did break it a little tiny bit, but it didn't go past it. Then it came down. So that was a clear indication, which was the number 3 indication saying that, hey, I am here. I have a double top, which means I'm coming down, and it did come down. It created this support. Then it went back and tested that level and could not break that level and came back down and came to test the support that it created right here. So it may bounce off the support and go hit the take profit, but that's after it has kicked us out. Or it may break the support and come down further before it finally retraces to go to the take profit. Whichever way it is, for me, this is why I call it quit for the day. Because you have to learn to not, let me just take a look at 1 hour. Sometimes I say when I lose twice, I would call it quit, but sometimes I go past that and still take trades depending on whether or not it's looking promising. But I'm still going to stay here and just observe it to see what it's doing, because if it doesn't break this support level, right where we are right now, it means it's going to bounce off it. And a lot of times, there's the take profit, the take profit hunts. They look for where people would likely put their take profit, which indeed is where I had my take profit. They look for where people have their take profit and they come hunt that take profit and go in the direction that you knew was going. So that happens all the time. So if it's indeed true, it's going to bounce off the support level and shoot right back up to where our analysis said it was going, which is this point right here, where this blue horizontal line is, right? But if it's not true, then it's going to go down. But we'll review it tomorrow and see what it does as of tomorrow morning. But for sure, it's going to go here. It's going to go up here. It's going to bounce off the support, and it's going to go to the take profit for sure. But yeah, I can observe it a little more before.
Who want good high efficiency power supplies. Now there's a number of rankings within this 80 plus. Let me show you those. So if you take a look at this chart, you can see we have a number of different types of 80 plus. So at the very base we have what's just known as 80 plus, and if you take a look, you'll see it's talking about the percentage of rated load. So that means if I'm only using 10% of the watts that this guy could provide to me, or 20% or 50, or all the way up to 100%, what is my efficiency? So with 80 plus, which is the most base one they have, they guarantee that you get an 80% efficiency. Then as you see, we go higher with our efficiencies: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and titanium, where the efficiencies continue to improve. Keep that in mind when you're choosing a power supply. You need to make sure that you've got one that whatever its peak wattage it shows, take a look at the 80 plus efficiency, and that's the real wattages that you're going to get out of that system. Thank goodness for 80 plus. It's really made our lives a lot easier when it comes to choosing power supplies.
Coming back up.
Now, for me, the only other big issue when it comes to choosing a power supply is going to be
when it bounces off this support where it is right now, this horizontal line that I have. Well, this is actually not a horizontal line. This line that I'm standing on is a trend line. Okay, and it's been retesting the trend line way from back then. But whatever. When it comes and it bounces off this trend line, when it gets here, that's where it tells you that it is okay to go ahead and take another trade to ride it up and go to the resistance level from this point on. So long as it breaks this guy right here. Yeah.
the modular versus the soldered. With modular, where we can plug in and choose our different types of cables, I really like those, although many people claim that you actually reduce efficiency, that connection knocks your efficiency down a little bit. So the purists say that you should always use the soldered permanent connections versus the modular because they're more efficient. Me personally, I love the convenience of modular power supplies, and if I lose 0.005% efficiency, I'm going to be perfectly happy with that. The last thing I want to mention when it comes to power supplies is that the standard ATX size covers the vast majority of systems. Even a lot of the small form factor systems still fit that full-size power supply you've seen. However, do be aware that there are smaller power supplies out there. They still are underneath the ATX standard, but they're for very, very small form factor systems. There's a bunch of them on there. They're not on the exam, but be aware if you're looking for a small system, there could often be a smaller size ATX power supply that will be perfect for your needs.
So it's bouncing off the trend line and the EMA again.
Computers, like most electronic devices, generate heat, and I mean a lot of heat. To work correctly and efficiently, a computer has to stay within a safe operating temperature range. That is why every computer needs a cooling system to reduce the heat inside the case. So, what's creating all the heat? Computers generate heat as they convert energy from one form to another. The three primary components that are producing heat are the CPU, the GPU or graphics card, and the power supply unit or PSU. These devices can get really hot. Typically, a CPU ranges from 40 to 90 degrees Celsius, or about 100 to 190 degrees Fahrenheit. PSUs typically run about 40 to 60 degrees Celsius, or 100 to 140 degrees Fahrenheit. And finally, GPUs range typically anywhere from 35 to 85 degrees Celsius, or just under 100 to nearly 190 degrees Fahrenheit. Without proper cooling, these temperatures can damage components. Modern CPUs have a built-in protection called thermal throttling. As the CPU works harder, it uses more power and generates more heat. When it reaches its maximum thermal junction temperature, or TJ max, the CPU throttles itself. That means it slows down to reduce heat generation. Performance can drop by as much as 40%. If throttling doesn't help, the system may just shut down entirely. Now, let's talk about cooling systems. There are two main types of cooling systems for PC: air cooling and liquid cooling. You might remember we talked about this in an earlier episode. Air cooling is the most common use in systems. It uses heat pipes, heat sinks, fans, and vents. The basic idea: bring cooler air into the case, circulate it, and remove the heat from the internal components. Fans pull cool air in and push hot air out. The air itself is the cooling medium. Cool air picks up heat from the components, and the airflow, or natural convection, carries the hot air away. Heat sinks play a big role. They absorb heat from the components, like a CPU or GPU. A heatsink is attached to the CPU's heat spreader using thermal paste or a thermal pad. The heatsink absorbs the heat, and a fan blows air across the fins to cool it and dissipate the heat in the case airflow. A more advanced air cooling method uses heat pipes. A heat pipe is a sealed copper or aluminum tube with a liquid coolant inside. It actually uses phase change cooling, where heat turns the liquid into vapor. Vapor moves to the cool end of the cooling block, it cools down and turns back into liquid, and then the liquid returns to repeat the cycle. This helps move heat efficiently away from the hot components. The power supply unit also generates high heat. Most PSUs have a built-in fan to cool themselves. Other major components like GPU, memory, storage, and motherboards may share the main cooling system. Some may even have dedicated cooling. Now, let's talk about liquid cooling. It's a lot like a car's cooling system. It uses a coolant, often distilled water, as the cooling medium. Heat is picked up in the heat spreader of a component and is transferred to a radiator. Airflow cools the liquid in the radiator. Liquid can handle higher heat loads and keep the components cooler than your air systems out there. The key component of a liquid cooling system includes a heat block attached to the component with internal cooling channels, a pump to move the coolant through the system, and then finally a radiator with fins to cool the liquid. Also, there is a reservoir to hold extra coolant and increase capacity. There are two main types of liquid cooling systems: closed loop or all-in-one, and open loop. Closed-loop systems are self-contained. They come with a heat block, pump, and radiator. They are not
Hey guys, so I'm gonna call it quit for today. And then tomorrow when we come, we'll observe and see what it did in terms of where the market went. But so far the number is 26045. That's where we're expecting it to go. And then we'll take a look tomorrow and see if it did go to our take profit, okay? Well, I'll see you guys later. I hope you guys have a wonderful day, okay? A wonderful rest of your day. See you tomorrow. All right, bye.